The Giants and Cardinals have been battling each other for decades. From their memorable fights in the 1980s to their hard-fought playoff games, these two teams are longtime National League rivals. With 19 world championships between them, the bar is always set high for two of the best organizations in baseball. Tonight, they meet in Game 1 of the series. Giants-Cardinals next. The road trip begins tonight. We're in St. Louis as we get ready for Giants baseball Game 1 of this three-game series. Welcome to NBC Sports Bay Area, powered by Xfinity. Hi again, everybody. I'm Dwayne Kuiper. Alongside me is Jeremy Affelt. Well, the Giants know they've played poorly on the road, and well, how do you get better on the road? Well, you pitch better on the road. You play better defense. And Matt Moore is on the mound, and Jeremy, maybe there's something about this ballpark you like now that Matt Moore's on the hill tonight.
I do, and it's the mound. This is probably the best mound in baseball, especially for a breaking ball pitcher. For whatever reason, traditionally, this mound is phenomenal for breaking balls, and he's got a great breaking ball. And I think you said, like you said, it's pitching. It's going to win for these guys on the road trip. Matt's now playing with a full deck behind him. The Giants have a great defense behind him. He's got his good curveball. He needs to have his fastball command, but the Giants need him to pitch 7+, 6+ tonight. Quality start is a big deal to start these guys off with a great road trip.
All right, should be fun. It always is in St. Louis. It's been a great rivalry over the years. Stay tuned. We'll take you to our NBC Sports Bay Area studios for an update, and we'll do that right after this.
NBC Sports Bay Area is brought to you by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. By Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places. By State Farm. Combine auto and renters and see how much you can save. Talk to an agent today. And by the 2017 Jeep Cherokee with an EPA estimated 30 highway miles per gallon.
Back here at Busch Stadium as we get ready for baseball is Matt Moore getting ready to start this ball game, and it's time now for our Togo's big play, the Togo's way, and it is about Matt Moore. On Saturday against the Reds, his numbers were fabulous. 7 innings, or 7 1/3, 8 hits, a run, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts. He threw 120 pitches. Jeremy, you watched that game. What did you like out of Matt Moore that day?
The curveball on the plate. He threw some good fastballs, but it was the curveball that stayed on the plate, bounced on the plate, went back foot. He didn't hang too many. He threw a hanging one to Votto, and he swung and missed it. But for the most part, it looked like a strike for a really long time, and then it bottomed out at the end. And that's what he's got to do tonight. Exactly what he did the other day, and throw curveballs on the plate.
All right. It's a warm night, and we are ready for baseball. When we come back, we will have the lineups and the first pitch of this game right after this. Ready for game one. Our game time temperature is presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. The boardwalk is open. Visit beachboardwalk.com for park hours. There you see the temperature 73 degrees. Winds at 8 miles per hour. Humidity right at around 50%. And it is mostly cloudy. And I don't like the chance of precipitation at 90%. I'm not buying that. I'm going to be a little bit more optimistic than that. All right, let's take a look at the Giants starting lineup, and it's brought to you by Southwest Airlines as the Cardinals now take the field. It'll be Span, Panic, and then Brandon Belt, who's hot. Buster Posey, check out where he ranks. His average is at 378. He's hot. Crawford, Nunez, and Christian Arroyo. Mac Williamson will get a start in right field. And on the mound will be the lefty, Matt Moore.
Walker starting out for the Cardinals tonight. They skipped his last start. He's got 11 days off, so hopefully he's a little rusty. He's got 4 homers allowed. Overall, pretty good numbers. He's a pretty good pitcher. He owns the Giants, so the Giants are looking to turn that around hopefully tonight as well. He's got a fastball, changeup, curveball, and cutter. He's kind of gone away from his cutter, though. I think they feel like it might be hurting his arms, so fastball change is what I would look to see in this game. He will throw a very high-velocity fastball. He's got 97 in the tank, and he's got a good change of speed with an above-average changeup. He's been pitching with those.
And he's rested, right?
And he's rested. Hopefully rusty. Defense playing behind, watch up from left to right. Pham, Fowler, Grichuk, Jerko, Diaz, Wong, Carpenter, and then watch up pitching, and Molina playing catcher, blocking balls, playing defense, and all that other good stuff.
The Cardinals just lost a 2-game series to the Red Sox. They were swept by the Red Sox. Giants, of course, taking 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers, losing the final game against Clayton Kershaw. So, all right, let's check out our Nissan keys to the game. Fastball command for Matt Moore, and if he does that, he's going to be fine. It's time to get Mark Melancon into the game. It's been a while for Mark Melancon, so let's see if we can get those things done. And those are our keys to the game. Brought to you by Nissan. Bruce Bochy about ready to manage game 1 of this 7-game road trip as Denard Span stands in. As Walker looks into Yadi Molina in the pitch, and it's down low. So we get started at 7:15, right on time. Span hitting at 266. And he takes a strike. Home plate umpire is Nick Lenz, followed by Vic Carapazza, Tom Hallion, and Mark Rippiger. Our Xfinity speed pitch was at 95.
Is that high velocity? He's going to come with that. He can hold that velocity the whole game.
There's another high velocity. The fastest Wi-Fi at home and on the go. That pitch was brought to you by Xfinity. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Was Walker on the mound when Ishikawa hit the homer?
That's it. He's the guy.
Maybe someone needs to remind him of that.
Panic to follow. And this is foul back and out of play. Remember, he was a little bit of an unusual choice to go into the game because he hadn't pitched at all in that series.
Yeah, and that was a huge game, and to not pitch at all, your adrenaline's kicking. And it's not the same coming into a game in the 10th as it is to start the game like he is tonight.
Giants don't win that game, they go back to St. Louis. 1-2 pitch. Span cues it off the end of the bat as he stays alive, and Panic will pick it up. Giants overall are 17-25. Their road record is something that has to improve. They're 6-15 on the road. Walker again looking into Molina. And the pitch. Pulled on the ground, foul.
That was that good changeup that he throws, and it seems hard at 89, but when you're throwing 95, you know, 5-6 mile-an-hour difference. If the ball's down and on the corners, it's going to be enough out in front where you're going to be on your front foot. You'll see that ball kind of bottomed out at the end. He kind of rolled it over. It's been a big pitch for him this year.
So the 7th pitch of this at bat is hit out to Fowler. So this game gets started with a pop up to Dexter Fowler, bringing Joe Panic to the plate.
He did his job as a leadoff hitter, right?
Yeah, saw some pitches. The other guys get a chance to see what Michael Wacha's throwing. Panic hitting 264 with a home run. He's got 11 driven in. does have a couple of doubles against Waka. Remember, these numbers include games that were played in postseason. 1 ball and 1 strike, as they should be. Those games counted. Belt to follow, just underway. Rain in the air, and it's low, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Cubs had a long rain delay.
Shocker.
In Chicago, right where we're headed on Monday. Swing and a miss, and it ended up the Brewers beat the Cubs today 6-3. Break up the Brewers. Brewers are 25-18. They're in first place in the NL Central.
Surprising to me, but seem to be clicking as a team right now, hitting the ball hard, far. They got some guys that can hit some homers on that team.
And in that ballpark, it's always going to benefit the guys who can hit the long ball. So Panic battling Waka, and it's 3-2. And it was really hot and humid today, and all of a sudden it's cooled off.
Not always a good sign.
No, that means something is coming. And the walk to Panic. What's this little guy gonna do? Oh!
Well, at least it's not off the upper tank, so he can actually get it back.
Dad was like, "Hey, Junior," and now it's in.
Sister's like, "Nope, you don't get it back." You don't know what to do.
He has no chance of getting that back. He's going to get out of his chair and insist, "No,
Mom, please
take a hike."
Please. Nope, you lost your chance.
That's great. Here's Belt. Belt with 8 home runs, 18 driven in. And he takes just a little low, and it's 1 ball and no strikes. Belt, lifetime, is 1 for 8 against Waka. Time for Dad to put him in the seatbelt, strap him down. I did think he got the ball back, and the sister got the baseball card. So, hey, best negotiators are moms.
That's right.
They are, man. And when negotiating doesn't work, then beat heads up.
Oh, then we take pictures of it. See, let's take pictures of you with the ball, son, not throw the ball back on the field. Okay.
Waka working to Belt, 1-0. Panic has got 2 steals. He's being treated like he's got 20.
Panic had a good at bat there too. He walked, but he saw the fastball, the cutter, the curveball. I don't feel like he didn't throw a changeup at him, but he made him throw all his pitches there as well, which is giving more guys opportunities to eyeball what he's throwing up there tonight.
Belt, 94-mile-an-hour fastball out over the plate. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. The Cardinals do not, and I'll emphasize this, they do not put the overshift on with Belt. And they're one of the few teams that don't. Now, they may do that the next time he's up if there's nobody on base. But look out, 2 balls and a strike.
I was reading some stuff that the double plays in baseball are down right now. I am fully convinced because of that.
You might be right.
And these guys are like, why would we give up a double play opportunity and move everybody out of the infield? Why, we still are athletic. We can turn double plays, and they play up the middle a hair, but still a double play opportunity.
Pop down the left field line. This is going to drift into the seats. And it's 2-2. That's the age where you do have to have a number of different things to entertain. It's a great age, best.
Kid wants to know where the ice cream is.
I know. Where'd that go, Dad? 2-2 to Belt. And Bell taps it off his foot, so we'll do it again.
Just hanging out in the clubhouse a little bit before the game. Energy way better after this off day, I felt like, than when I saw him in Cincinnati after the off day there. That's a positive thing for this team. They're winning a little bit now. They got some energy. They feel like their approach at the plate's getting better. They're facing a guy throwing 95. They're fouling pitches off. This is all a confidence building thing to change this record, get it turned around.
Pretty good 2-2 pitch, and Belt is gone. That's one, if you're Brandon Belt, you're probably upset that you struck out, but what you're upset with is not that so much as the fastballs that you missed that you could put in play, because this is a good pitch.
That's a curveball you can tell the guy's coming, and he's not. That bottomed out so late, but you're right. It was two fastballs that were up over the dish that kind of costed him.
Here's Buster Posey. Buster swings and misses. .378 on the year for Buster Posey. That ranks second in the National League. So Waka throws him a breaking ball. Buster has had five at bats lifetime against Waka, and he's 0 for 5. So that, in Buster's case, that would mean that he's definitely due.
And he wasn't hitting .378 when he was 0 for 5.
No, that is a fact. Outfield pretty much straight away. Fowler a bit towards right center field. Panic with his lead, and it's high again. It's 3-1. It'll be interesting to see if in this series if the Cardinals are going back to the old traditional set defensively. I mean, I know we're only in the first inning, but
I hope so.
They haven't moved many people around.
I like it. I hope they do that.
The pitch, foul back. So Buster got a challenge at 97, and it's 3-2. So you know it's in there for Michael Walker when he wants to get it.
The Cardinals have a history of being trendsetters defensively. Remember, I think one of the first teams that I ever saw like charge in middle of a pitch was when Tony La Russa would tell guys to run in mid-pitch and distract the hitters.
Buster shoots this one out of play.
And then I think they're also one of the first to hit the pitcher 8th. Everybody's like, what are you doing? Now a lot of people are doing that.
Yeah, Tony did a lot of that stuff. The beauty with Tony La Russa is he really didn't care what people thought. He thought that this was going to work. Runner goes, and Posey skies one to center field. It's in the park. Fowler moving underneath it, and that's going to end the inning. No runs, a walk, one left. Fowler, Pham, and Carpenter coming up. Matt Moore coming out. 0-0. Let's take a look at their lineup, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. So it'll be Fowler, Pham, and then Matt Carpenter. We've seen Carpenter all over the infield. One thing he does for sure is he seems to hit well against the Giants. The former Padre Jerko, then Molina, Diaz, and Grichuk. Colton Wong will hit in the 8th spot, and then Michael Wacha will hit 9th.
Matt Moore throwing for the Giants tonight. A little bit of a blown up ERA due to some of the road starts he's had. The 8 homers and the batting average against left-handers is a little high for me, and that has a lot to do with his fastball command and carrying the fastball over the plate too much. He's 46% fastball, 25% cutter. Those are his main 2 pitches that you're going to see, but I hope to see that curveball a little bit more like he threw the other day against the Reds, and trying to get more strikeouts like he's been getting by dropping that curveball on the plate and effectively using that fastball.
So here's Fowler. And Fowler lines this one to Crawford. Got him in there. 1 out. And that'll bring up Tommy Pham. That's how you break in your glove without playing catch.
Defense behind Matt Moore tonight. From left to right, Nunez, Span, Mac Williamson recently called up, filling in for the injured Hunter Pence. Third to first, Arroyo, Crawford, Panic, and Belt. And Posey catching, blocking balls, scuds, calling strikes, arguing with the umpires, all that good stuff.
And he caught a strike there. It's no balls and 1 strike. Pham. Pulls this ball on the ground foul.
This is going to be the same lineup that the Giants always see, and they're very aggressive with balls in the zone. They're not going to take a lot of strikes, and they're going to chase if you can keep that ball on the plate. You saw that first fastball, he center cut right there, and he jumped all over that line drive to Crawford.
Swing and a miss. Got him. Pham is playing because Piscotty is on the disabled list, and Pham has done a good job. So here's Carpenter.
Here's that last pitch right here. You see that curveball on the plate, down.
It's the mound.
I'm telling you, it's the mound. This is the best mound for curveballs. I have no idea why. I'm just telling you, it's amazing.
I'm just making your point even stronger when I said that. Just to let you know that I was paying attention.
That's right.
Carpenter hitting .244 with 8 home runs, 25 driven in, and he bunts this one foul. Think about Carpenter. I remember him as a guy that was playing second, a little short, no, not short, a little third, but always hitting around 340. Few home runs, a lot of runs scored. Now he's changed his game. He's .244, 8 home runs, 25 driven in.
It's almost like he sacrificed batting average a little bit for power. Playing first, he feels like he has to hit homers.
Well, he's been able to do it.
Good eye too. I think he leads the National League or all of baseball. I think all of baseball in walks.
He's a really good player. There's the next pitch down low. No overshift for the Giants, but they are playing Carpenter to pull. Jet Jerko would hit next if Carpenter reaches. Good pitch at the knees, 1-2. He's got such a nice, easy motion. It's very fluid.
Yeah, and when he gets herky-jerky at the end is when he starts cutting those fastballs off. But if he can keep that fluidity right there and let that ball come off his fingertips, he's going to have those kind of pitches. See, that was a little jerky. See how he kind of spun off that, try to really get it over there?
And he added some velocity, and maybe that's why. The other thing you notice about Carpenter is he's a no-glove guy.
We got one of those.
In the dirt?
He's not active, but Connor.
Connor Gillespie's a no-glove guy. You're right.
And we have a one-glove guy, Bumgarner.
Bum? I think I saw Hunter lately doing the one-glove thing.
Trying everything. Whatever you got to do. Socks up.
I know.
Pull them up around your quads.
That's what happens in an everyday game. So there's the walk. We just talked about Carpenter and what a good eye he has. So here's Jerko. Last time the Giants were here, Jed Jerko was in extra man, not playing at all. Probably wondering why the Cardinals even acquired him. And then the second half of the season he started to play, and he played all the time. He fouls this one out of play. He's got a lot of power and he swings for it. So what did he do last year? He led the team in home runs with 30.
Yeah, he's a guy that I think can hit. He has so much power, but guys, no matter what his numbers say, when you see him in the box, he doesn't put that power scare into a pitcher. And so I almost like he takes advantage of that. Guys kind of come at him and challenge him because they don't really see anything real big in the box, and he'll end it in a hurry.
He does have a powerful swing. Take a look. You think he'd like to have this one back? Yes.
Yeah, that was one Buster, I think, grimaced as it was coming in at the same time.
Carpenter's got no steals. He's been thrown out once. Just underway here in St. Louis. Hot and humid until about a half an hour ago. Got him, and that'll end the inning. Jerko chases. 2 strikeouts for Matt Moore. It'll be Crawford, Nunez, Arroyo coming up.
Back in town, and you can enjoy a Sunday brunch at the ballpark. Your package will include a pregame brunch in Triples Alley, hosted by See's Candy. Watch pregame warm-ups from the field, and get a box of See's Candy's peanut brittle and a lower box seat ticket to see the Giants-Braves game. Visit sfgiants.com/brunch for tickets.
Here's Crawford.
I kind of want that peanut brittle.
Are you a peanut brittle guy?
I love peanut brittle.
I do too.
Oof.
As long as there's a good strong toothpick close by, I'm in.
I can go through that pretty quick.
Crawford with a healthy rip and a foul back.
In a brunch, is that on the field? Where is that at? I know it's in Triples Alley, but is that on the field? Is that how?
Well, they
fence
fenced that area off in Triples Alley, and then underneath they have tables. It's great. I think the broadcaster should go. Crawford, by the way, has got some ownage on Michael Walker. He's 4 for 5, 2 doubles and a triple. And this is down the right field line. And then it squirts away and it rolls around for a while. And Crawford's going to drop anchor at second base.
Well, he's now 5 for 7 or 5 for 6 or whatever it was.
That's ownage.
you're going to have those guys, no matter what you throw, you make up pitches, and it seems like they hit you. And that ball actually came right back into his barrel, and he was able to pull it down the line. I'm sure as a pitcher, as a guy like Walker, you throw this pitch, and you're like, I know I missed back over, but the ball hit the ground, and it still finds a way to get out about 3 inches outside of Carpenter's glove right there and still be a hit.
Here's Nunez. Nunez's job, obviously, get him in, get him over. With Christian Arroyo to follow. Crawford's got to be thinking about it. Wong and Diaz are not holding him on at all.
Jerko knows it. He's playing pretty close to that bag over there. He's not going to get beat to the bag. But he's got to play in for that bunt too, I assume.
Well, now Diaz is moving in behind. And the bunt. And the thought of going to third, and he goes to first. And they get Nunez.
Kind of happy he decided not to throw to third. I'm thinking he might have been able to get him right there. That was a gift, I think, for the Giants. See this ball right here. He bunts it right back to the pitcher. Usually you wouldn't go. He had time to do it, and he just didn't do it.
Yeah, if he'd have made just an ordinary good throw.
Oh, I mean, he had it by 20 feet. I mean, he maybe didn't have a good grip on the ball. It looked like it kind of was fumbling around on him right there.
So here's Arroyo with the infield in. And he shoots it foul, and it's no balls and 1 strike.
What a treat to have Crawford back, huh? From the DL, from that last road trip to having him back for the homestand, coming out as hot as he did.
Yeah, I told you before the game, the beauty of Crawford is his ability to win games without getting hits.
Yeah, he can get the ball in the air when he needs to sac fly a guy in.
Tap slowly to third, and it's going to be Jerko who's going to throw out Arroyo. So now it'll be left up to Mac Williamson to try to get this done. Mac Williamson hitting right at 300. They're going to walk him intentionally, so it'll be Matt Moore.
I mean, this is getting really, really old school for me. It's bringing back a lot of good memories. I mean, you got 2 outs. Now you're seeing teams, they go after guys with 2 outs. Like, no, we're going to go after you. 5, 6, 7 years ago, 8 years ago in the National League, it didn't matter. If the pitcher was coming up, I don't care how many outs there were. If there's a base open, that guy's not hitting.
And maybe not go after the guy, but maybe pitch around him a little bit and see if he'll swing at a bad pitch.
Make him go after your pitch, and if he doesn't, oh well.
So here's Matt Moore, who's 1 for 13. And he shoots it foul. I mean, basically what Mike Matheny's saying is look, I'm going to take care of this inning, and I'll worry about Span leading off the next inning. So let's just take it now like it is. There's a strike to Matt Moore. It's 0-2. It could hurt you though if Matt Moore gets a hit here. And he's a guy that swings the bat okay. Down low. Matt Williamson's going to get a stolen base.
Oh, Fleming was mentioning to me earlier today about my 3 for 17 scenario batting average.
Yeah.
But this is a similar situation, Kite, that happened in St. Louis, 1st and 3rd. Walked the guy to get to first. I came up to hit, and I hit one up the middle
For a base hit.
and we won the game. Tony La Russa has an L.
All the way out to the grass.
It got past second. Center fielder Jim Edmonds actually had to field the ball. I was super excited about that.
I bet you that's when Tony thought about retiring. Swing and a miss. That'll end the inning. Giants waste an opportunity. Matt Moore will come back out. It's 0-0. Brought to you by your Bay Area Mercedes-Benz dealers. It was Game 5. Travis Ishikawa in 2014 off of Michael Walker, and that sent the place rocking. And the Giants won the pennant, and they went on to go to the World Series and win the World Series. And the winning pitcher in the World Series Game 7 was Jeremy Affeldt. Oh, and by the way, the winning pitcher in that game was Jeremy Affeldt. Have a run, will you?
It was a special moment for me. I think I almost blew out my knee running out of the dugout, though, to jump on the pile.
Here's Yadier Molina. And again, nobody waste any time. And what does Crawford do? He says, not a problem. You just don't hit it to the guy.
He's like a Hoover vacuum cleaner. I mean, he never seems like he's caught off guard. This ball was a rocket right here, and he just took the perfect angle, had his glove exactly where it needed to be. That took a high hop up near his chest, and he was able to, like, he's just so relaxed out there. He can make adjustments on the fly. Not to mention that about 96 coming across the diamond.
He is having so much fun right now. Aledmys Diaz. Swing. He ain't gonna miss. 1 ball and 1 strike. Diaz, a revelation last year. He got off to such a great start. 5 home runs this year, 14 driven in. And he rolls this one foul. Chris Maloney digging it out, coaching at third. There's Chris. Randall Grichuk is on deck. And the next pitch is high. Two pitch, here it is. Hit out to left. Nunez. 2 outs. It's a pretty fair park, don't you think?
I think it's a really fair park. And tonight it might, I'm looking at the flags, might be a little, you know, unfair in the sense of, like, the wind's blowing in. If you hit it high enough, the ball seems to be getting shut down. But you're not going to get a cheap homer, and you're not going to get a cheap out. Like, if a guy hits it, it's going to be a homer, and you tip your hat and say, all right, thanks. But he's also going to, if you don't hit it, they got enough room out here that the outfielders, they can run and they can catch it.
Swinging on the first pitch is Randall Grichuk, and he fouls it out of play.
And you just look out here, and they always say, well, the dimensions are relatively the same in the outfield, all ballparks. You know, maybe the fences are back. But like, this outfield looks way smaller than Colorado. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is 375 to the bullpen in left field and 375 to the bullpen in right.
This is an ideal baseball field for me. And don't get me wrong, AT&T is awesome. I mean, but it's a pitcher's ballpark. I mean, the wind is howling. It's you can hit a ball hard there and it not go anywhere. I mean, but this is when they set out to make baseball field, this is what they
right. Pitchers don't complain here, neither do hitters.
Right. Nobody does. You're right. That's a good point.
1-2 pitch, here it is. And this is the first hit of the game for the Cardinals is Grichuk with a 2-out single, and that'll bring up Colton Wong. There's Mike Matheny. .273 for Wong. In that 2012 postseason, I believe it was Game 4, he hit a walk-off.
Yeah, and I think it was against Romo, wasn't it?
Yep.
Romo was pitching.
Then the Giants had to win the next day with Barry Zito, which they did, and then the rest is history. Runner goes. Buster's throw on the money, and Crawford couldn't hang on.
Tell you what, you pull up footage of Buster catching in 09 and 10 and 11. Well, not obviously not 11, but 12, and you watch how he throws out guys, and then you watch him now. I mean, he is so good at coming up and throwing the ball on the money. Perfect throw. I mean, Crawford it just like hit the end of his mitt or something. It was weird how he just kind of dropped that. But
so Wong is going to be walked. Yeah, I think that's a case where the infielder's trying to get the tag down a little too quick, and you miss it. So Michael Walker's going to hit. So the Cardinals offensively in the same spot the Giants were in the top of this inning. The only difference is the Giants had a base runner at third and a strike to Walker, who on the year is 1 for 9. We're in the home half of the second inning here at Busch Stadium. Dwayne Kuiper along with Jeremy Affeldt. Certainly glad you joined us. As Matt Moore looks to second, and Walker fouls it back. It's 0-2. From where we sit, as we look out into the city of St. Louis, and then you see the arch. It's, if you close your eyes and open them real quick and didn't know, all you had to see is the arch, and you know where you're at. It is quite impressive. It actually looks like it's coming out of those two buildings. And it's dribbled foul.
the old gateway to the west. Is that what they say? That's the whole. And there's an elevator that goes to the. Have you ever done that? There's an elevator that goes to the top of that thing.
Nope. I mean, I look. Yeah, I don't think it's dangerous. I just don't think I want to be in an elevator that long.
Well, but it's the elevator. It goes. It's a half a circle. Like it's like a roller coaster ride.
Modern technology. Come on. And a bit high. So you want the elevator to go straight, is what you want.
Yeah, I'm thinking when I'm going up, I don't want to feel like I'm going up and then like on a gravity ride where it's just dropping.
You saw the windows. When you get up there, you can take a peek.
And it can't be that big up there when you're got a pile of people.
Yeah, usually things that high that you take an elevator to, there's a bar at the top of it, right?
Calm people down.
Yeah, you expect to get to the top, and wow.
That would be amazing if that was up there.
We walked through there last night. That's pretty impressive build. Cardinals Nation. It's 1-2 to Michael Wacha. And that'll end the inning, as that's right down Broadway. Top of the order coming up.
comes up on us. Memorial weekend. And what do you do on Memorial Day weekend? Fireworks. Fireworks night, Friday, May 26th, presented by Snapple. Tickets always available at sfgiants.com. Get your tickets. Enjoy the fireworks. Celebrate Memorial Day weekend at the ballpark.
So here we are at Busch Stadium on a Friday night. Weekend baseball here at Busch Stadium. Yeah, Giants have a good luck charm here at the ballpark tonight. That's Kirk Reeder and his 2 daughters. The guy in this sweater kind of blocking our view. Yo!
Move out of the way, man. You're on
Come
camera.
on. That's our good luck charm. Take a hike.
Woody's like, I'm still crushing nachos. Stay here real quick so don't catch me on TV.
There's Woody. Now Woody just got a text that he's been on TV. Attaboy, Woody. He's the best. Here's Span. Span popped out to center field to open up the ball game. And he takes a strike on the inside corner. Span now 2 for 10 in his career against Michael Wacha.
Good to have him back off the DL.
Absolutely. And he came out hot. Foul back. It's 0-2.
I don't think there's any secret when you see teams win 5 out of 6 and guys like Span come back and they're leading off hitting doubles and homers and hitting balls off the wall and jump starts everybody. Crawford coming making defensive plays, like you said, doesn't even get hits and still wins games for teams. I mean, there's no other reason behind that. When you have a full deck, you play a lot better.
Yep. And you know they're still waiting on Hunter Pence. Still waiting on Bumgarner. Madison Bumgarner is on the trip, and he's on the trip so he can get his work in. He'll start to throw sometime soon. Span takes strike 3 call. Yeah, there was a 2-game series in September of '97. They were must win against the Dodgers. They were at Candlestick, and Reeder was fabulous. And those were electric sellout crowds that year. Here's Panic, who takes outside and high. 1 ball and no strikes. Winningest left-hander in Giants history. Now that
might change.
Probably going to change, as you would expect. Panic out of play. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
And Kirk, it wasn't like he was a power pitcher.
87, 88.
He could just elevate when he needed to, paint when he needed to, throw that curveball in there.
Fielded his position, held runners on, did everything. Panic shoots it foul behind Aguasil, and it's 1-2. Remember those girls they were just babies. Up the middle. Karams to Wong. Wong to first. Got him.
Exact opposite of what we saw Kirk do in that video that we just saw right there. He fielded his position.
He did.
That was kind of a.
Yep. Well, look, I mean, Mike always says it. You know it. Even if you get a body on it, it may Karam to an infielder. Belt struck out in the first inning. Walker with 3 strikeouts. Here he lines one into center field, and Fowler got a terrible jump, and Belt's aboard. All right, our cold hard facts are brought to you by Clean Crisp, Coors Light, National League Gold Glovers, catchers the last 10 seasons. All right, here you go. Russell Martin in 07, and then Yadier Molina for a long while, 8 straight as a matter of fact, and then last year Buster Posey.
Impressive resume. 8 straight Gold Gloves as a catcher. It's hard to catch. I mean, it's hard on your body. For that guy to do it, and he's a Gold Glover. He also had a golden cannon of an arm too.
He could swing it too. So Belt with his lead. Buster hit a fly ball to center field in the first. Takes it high and wide, and it's 2-0. Walker now has to come in. Belt with his lead. 3-0. The 17-inning game, which you were at home, where did you pick it up from?
I watched the first little bit, and then I took a nap, and then I picked it up in 16th.
Well, you saw the biggest swing of the bat of the year so far.
That was awesome. I was glad I picked it up late right there. I mean, that was what a.
It was a jolt. Let's put it that way.
And the reaction that he had when he hit it.
And that's ball 4.
You can now stream the Giants on the go on NBCSportsBayArea.com and the NBC Sports app, presented by Honda.
Crawford doubled down the right field line in the second, so the guy that's got ownage on Walker is at the plate at the right time. And the pitch. He ain't gonna miss. No balls and 1 strike. I'll say about this about Walker. He had no problems going right after him.
He's probably like everybody else. Hey man, he's got to get out some point in time.
It's true. He's got to hit a line drive at somebody sometime. Belt and Posey aboard. 0-2.
That was almost the exact pitch that he pulled that ball down the line. Posey's homer that other night that we were saying, I mean, just when he hit it and he kind of looked up to the heavens, it was like, thank you.
My goodness.
Running around the bases.
Plus he was exhausted.
Yeah. Which is another impressive thing, because he squatted that whole game.
He did.
And he still had legs enough under him to hit it. Yep. And that, by the way, that wasn't like a wall scraper.
No.
And he stopped and did an Amy G interview. And I remember seeing that. I remember seeing that Instagram buyers like, it was short, but at least he did it.
He did. He hung in there. It's 1-2. Got him, and that'll end the inning. So the Giants strand a pair. Top of the order, Fowler to lead things off. Woody, you're the best. This date in 2001, Barry Bonds hit 3 home runs in Atlanta. It was his second career 3 home run game, and he had 2 more after that. So he had 4 3 home run games in his career. Starting to sprinkle a little bit here at the ballpark as Dexter Fowler stands in. Fowler takes a pitch inside for a ball. Fowler pops one down the right field line. This will hit into the seats. He saw 1 pitch and lined out to Crawford in the first inning. He got off to a slow start. He's starting to battle his way back. There you see the people that brought the Slickers. This lady, not so much. Fowler takes high and tight. 2 balls and 1 strike. These fans are, I mean, they know what to bring and what not to bring. I guess the ones that didn't bring a slicker are headed underneath. Fowler down the right field line. Slicing, fair ball. Matt Williamson digs it out. Fowler's going to go for 3, and he's going to make it.
That's a ball that Matt seemed to just leave out over the plate, and he went with it, and he hit it into that corner down there and rattled around. And that is a dangerous corner. You'll see this fastball, well, cutter, I guess, that kind of came back, went up in the air, and he just went with that pitch. And when you'll see right down here, it comes into that corner. When it hits that corner, it shoots off pretty good. Looks like Mac had a pretty good read on it, but with the speed of Fowler, Mac put a pretty good throw into Crawford. It was a close play, but he ends up being safe.
So here's Tommy Pham with a big swing and a miss.
Sometimes you got to tip your hat to Fowler. I mean, that's a cutter. That ball shouldn't, you know, you almost, he hit that like he was behind on a fastball right there.
He did. Hit out into center field. This is going to do the job. It'll get a run in. So Fowler's going to score, and it's 1-0. St. Louis. And you know, look, anytime you're dealing with rain, as it's now starting to come down a little harder, you know, if you're the Cardinals, you have to be pleased that you scored first. So here's Carpenter. Giants have had opportunities. They've stranded 5 in this game. So if that's the case, there will be opportunities to score. There's a line drive caught by Crawford. It may have been a soft line drive. Nevertheless, 2 down. John Miller is on assignment, which means Dave Fleming will be in here innings 4, 5, and 6. I'll head over to the radio side. Come back in the 7th. As Jerko stands in facing Matt Moore. And a big swing and a miss. No balls and 1 strike.
When you give up a run like Matt did right there, that's the best way to give him up for me. Either the solo homer or the guy on third sac fly, because you keep rallies from starting a lot of times. When you get a guy to score quick, you get back out of the windup if you feel comfortable in the windup, and you can stay in your rhythm. But if you have guys on first and second, guys are bunting over and sacking in, and another single, it just snowballs on you. But if you can get it over and done quickly, you can get right back into your rhythm, and no harm, no foul. You got to score to win anyway.
I mean, it's almost as if you give up a solo home run. All right, let's go.
Yeah, just tip your hat and you move on. They always said, man, you get a guy on first base or second base and you hit a homer, it's actually a rally killer when you hit 2 run through on homers. You hope it's enough, but.
Here's the 2-1 to Jerko, and he hooks it foul. So 2-2, a run in. He got him for the second time. That's going to end the inning. Cardinals on the board. It's 1-0. Dave Fleming is in. I'll see you back here in the 7th.
St. Louis 1-0 Cardinals over the Giants. Dave Fleming now joining Jeremy Affeld here on the TV side of our Giants broadcast. I put the jacket on with the rain falling. The radar looks like it's going to be around for a while.
I'm trying to order you some hot chocolate.
It's not that bad.
Keep you warm.
The weather is getting wetter here at Busch, and the Cardinals have scored the first run of the game. Now, I don't know if we actually have any threat that this game could be shortened or compromised or whatever, but I think when you have a game where it's raining and maybe more rain is coming, you like to have the lead.
You do. You score first. I mean, it's and especially when you're the home team, you score first and then you make decisions. We checked the radar. It looks like it's all right. I think that once this passes, there's a little bit of a storm coming up from the south. It kind of looked like a little bit of the southwest. There was a nasty one that's right above us. I think this is what we're getting, some of that, but hopefully we can get this game in.
0-2 to Eduardo Nunez leading off, and he hit it hard, but to third, one away. Nunez retired. Up comes Christian Arroyo, who I'm sure was not thrilled with his at bat in the second inning. Had a chance to knock in a run and just didn't hit it hard enough to get the guy home from third.
That's just being young. I think as he starts to mature as a hitter, he's going to know the only ball I'm swinging at, if I don't have any strikes, is one that I can lift in the air. And he kind of got a little aggressive, I think, and he kind of maybe swung at a ball that was, I felt like it was not a high percentage chance of you getting the ball in the air there. He's trying his best. He knows he wants to score that run, but similar to that ball right there, and kind of hit it on the ground. It wasn't enough.
Nice play, Aledmys Diaz, the shortstop, 2 down. So Arroyo's 0 for 2. One thing about the 21-year-old, he is seeing all of these pitchers for the first time.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, he doesn't, and not easy one. This guy's 95 to 96 miles an hour. The changeup and a cutter. A pretty good pitcher. I mean, he's definitely getting to see a big league level pitching staff coming at him every series. I mean, this is Kershaw's and Mets' entire rotation, and this guy here. I mean, Waka. I mean, a lot of guys with some good stuff and high velocities.
Wait till he sees Carlos Martinez tomorrow. There's a fastball. It's 0-2 to Mac Williamson.
100 miles an hour coming at you.
With a changeup that's like, what, 88 or something? It was like a 12, 13 mile per hour difference. Williamson lays off that Waka changeup.
They said he really wasn't throwing as many cutters. They skipped him. He wasn't on the DL. He just hasn't pitched 11 days because they skipped his start. It might have been helped give him a chance to get better.
Freshen up, maybe?
Yeah, freshen up. But he's throwing his cutter tonight. It looks pretty good.
He looks good. Cardinals lead 1-0.
Bay Area is brought to you by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers. By the Craftsman of Commerce at Pitney Bowes, helping U.S. online retailers expand globally. And by Provident Credit Union Super Reward Checking. We pay you.
Dave Fleming, Jeremy Affelt here in St. Louis. You can see the Gateway Arch looming out beyond center field on a wet night in the Midwest. Just a few blocks from the Mississippi River. Yadier Molina takes a ball from Matt Moore. Some Giants fans always prepared for the wet weather. Cardinals fans prepare in a different way.
They bring umbrellas and trash bags. All kinds of stuff.
I mean, I always thought the poncho is the much better option. I mean, look at those people sitting behind that umbrella. What are they looking at?
Back of the umbrella.
I mean, it's a yeah. Wow, what a game we're seeing. It's a much more friendly way to protect yourself by wearing the poncho. Molina up into those raindrops. Belt, Panic coming together. It's Belt, one away.
I got to see Bumgarner last night in the hotel. It was good to see him with the team. He looks a little thin. I told him he might need to hit the weight room a little bit. I felt like he wasn't as strong as, you know.
And how'd he take that?
He asked, you know, I said when you're healthy, you know, maybe do an arm wrestle contest or something, but I just felt like his biceps weren't as big as they used to be.
Well, weightlifting probably is a bit of a challenge right now. Levis Diaz, Cardinals shortstop.
Nah, he looks good. It's good to have him in the clubhouse and the dugout. Guys like his presence,
yeah.
You know.
We miss him when he's not around. Belt takes another one, 2 down. And that's part of, you know, I think Ty Blach, all things considered, yeah, he had the one start in Cincinnati that did not go well. All things considered, Ty Blach's done a good job. It hadn't been bummed, but he's been good.
Great job.
There's just something when you're missing your guy, your ace, and they do miss him.
And it's a concern because you're like, how are we going to fill this in? And they didn't know if Block had, I mean, he had to build his pitch count back up, and he's come out and throw 7 innings really well.
That one was hit hard by Grichuk, left center field. Nunez for the out. Oh boy. And then what did he do with the ball? Eduardo Nunez, always interesting in left field. 1-0 Cardinals.
Hit the cutoff.
Brought to you by your California Ford dealers, and we'll go back to the 2012 National League Championship Series. Barry Zito on the mound, all the trouble early in the game, and I think the signature performance of Zito's Giants career, 7 2/3 innings, no runs. Giants had to win. They did. They got it back home, and you and the Giants beat the Cardinals in 7 to head to the World Series in 2012.
Got a big knock that game too.
He did. He had a hit. He pitched. He hit. He did it all. Sort of an Affeldt-like night.
My favorite thing is watching him run down the line. I mean, he's just with his pants hiked up, and it's like he's doing high knees or butt kickers as he's running down the line. It was great. Beat it out. Scored a run.
Tybo workout on the way to first. Curveball to Matt Moore to get things started in inning number 5. 1-0 Cardinals. Well, I asked Bruce Bochy before the game on our pregame interview about coming back here and the memories of all the matchups over the years, and Bochy, even with the Padres, came in here in the playoffs and played the Cardinals, so he's had tons of big game experience against St. Louis. And the first game he mentioned of all the moments head to head was the Zito performance, game 5.
Well, it was such a remarkable performance because obviously how well he pitched, but 2010 he didn't get to be on the playoff roster, if you remember that, and that really hurt him. I mean, it affected him a little bit. So for him to come in and pitch the way he pitched the entire playoff run, it just made that all that more special. And then that game, that was a elimination game. I mean, loser out. I mean, it's on the line, and him throwing the way he threw and getting us to go back home, and we were able to win. And 2 games there, it was awesome.
Chopper, Colton Wong throws out Moore. All right, so we showed some of his pitching in that game 5. Here was the hitting. Now, it wasn't a home run.
He checked the guy at third even. Look at him go. Oh. Look at. Wilson loved it. He said, "Oh yeah."
I read his lips. Exactly what he said. Oh yeah.
Man, baseball's so fun.
I mean, that was a great moment in that game. Remember, the Cardinals had the bases loaded right away, didn't they? First inning.
Got a big double play ball. Punch out double play, I think, wasn't it? He got a big double. He's got a few double play balls at.
It might have been bases loaded, nobody out.
Yeah,
He strikeout double play.
He was so good that game. I mean, his curveball was. I mean, he's always had a good curveball, but that curveball that night was explosive.
Good memories. Ball 1 to Denard Span, who is 0 for 2. The rain has sort of calmed down. Most of the umbrellas are gone. Most. 2-1. You guys already showed the highlight of Waka, who was on the mound when Travis Ishikawa hit the walk-off in 2014. These teams, when they've met in the playoffs, it has always been the National League Championship Series. Ground ball to second. 2 down.
Friday, May 26th is Star Wars Day at the Park. Your special event package includes a game ticket to see the Giants take on the Braves and a co-branded Giants Star Wars baseball. Reminder, to receive this commemorative Star Wars baseball, you need to purchase this special event ticket. You have to purchase the ticket. And if you want to do that, you can go to sfgiants.com/special events for your tickets.
Noted.
It's a big ticket. Some Yoda comes out, stormtroopers, Darth Vader. I might walk out in a Luke Skywalker outfit.
You identify with Luke?
Yeah, he's my. I mean, I would probably be Luke Skywalker if I was playing in the movies.
Yep. Jeremy Affeldt, may the force be with you.
Presented by the authority of the San Francisco Giants and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of San Francisco Giants Baseball Club, LLC.
A Dexter Fowler triple in the third led to the only run of the game. 1-0 Cardinals. Bottom of the fifth. Matt Moore to Colton Wong. It's 8-9-1 coming up for St. Louis. Wong, the second baseman, takes ball 1. Colton Wong, if I remember correctly, had some big hits for the Cardinals against the Giants in 2014.
Walk-off homer?
Yeah, that would count as one.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he's a guy, he's had a funny career because he's had some very high highs. He's obviously got a lot of talent, but he is also, he's been sent down to the minor leagues. He's been benched.
He made his mark, I think, in like 2013. Remember he got picked off in the playoffs, and it was like at first base, and it was like I mean, he was almost in tears because it was like the worst possible time, and he was put out there to steal a bag. And he's had definitely had some lows and some frustrations, and he understands baseball. He's not a guy I think that will take for granted when he gets to the big leagues. He knows how hard it is to be here, and he knows how hard it is to stay here.
1-2 pitch. He pokes one into left center field. That's going to be a hit. Nunez coming over, and he scoops it up very nicely and then throws it back in to hold Colton Wong to a leadoff single. So Wong's aboard. We get a chance to remind you, Warriors playoff central. Warriors Spurs tomorrow, Saturday, 5 p.m. before and after Game 3 on NBC Sports Bay Area. Our playoff coverage. Get you ready for the game, then break down the game when it's done with the gang. Tomorrow, Saturday, 5 p.m. Game 3. The series shifts to San Antonio. What a cool thing Kevin Durant did the other day with the Warriors, with the Good Tidings Foundation. He opened up several beautiful new refurbished basketball courts in Oakland. That ball's bunted by Michael Walker, foul. Go find it online. Check out the photos. They're just stunning. There's a great Marcus Thompson piece about Kevin Durant fitting into the community, fitting into Oakland, how much he loves it in the Bay Area, and all the work he's doing for kids in the Bay Area. And all that is in between playoff games.
Yeah, it comes to the Giants games too in between the playoffs.
He does. He's become a baseball fan. I'll never forget when we first met Kevin Durant. He was still with Oklahoma City, and he came to a Giants game when they were in town. And he came up to the booth and hung out in the booth for a while. We were just talking with him about the sport. He said he played baseball as a kid, but hadn't really played or followed it much since then. Bell comes charging in. Waka will bunt it again. Foul. 0-2. And the Giants had a really good record, and I think it was the Rockies were there that day, and the Rockies did not have a good record. And Kevin said to us in the booth, he said, "What? So the Giants, this is a win, right? They just win this game, right?" And I mean, it is funny the difference. If you're in the NBA and you're the Warriors and you play the worst team in the league, it's a win.
You're gonna win. Yep. It's not always the case in baseball.
Such a different sport. 0-2. We'll see if Waka is still thinking about bunt. He's walking up in the batter's box, so I think he is. More throws. Waka bunts it foul. Strike 3. That is a frustrating moment for Waka. 1 out, and a good break for the Giants and Matt Moore to try to keep the Cardinals from adding on. Here's Fowler, who tripled down the right field line. Fowler's had 2 good at bats tonight. Lined out to short, tripled, and scored the only run of the game. Feels like a good fit in St. Louis, but Dexter Fowler, it's been a relatively slow start for him.
Yeah, didn't he start out a little slow last year too? He was a late sign, wasn't he? Last spring, he kind of held out, and they finally brought him back at the end there.
Yeah.
And then I felt like he started off slow, and he kind of caught. He's always been a slow starter, I think. Even Colorado, I think I remember him kind of starting slow a little bit. Houston, it started slow a little. He's kind of bounced around. He's got some great talent. He can show power when he needs to, but
big part of the Cubs World Series winning team. That's inside. 2-0.
You just don't see. I mean, I know Romo went to the Dodgers. You see it every now and then, but you don't see a lot of people switching teams when there's rivalries in the division. But it seems like the Cardinals and Cubs, they switch players all the time. It's Lackey went over there.
It's true. For 2 great rivals, they have had a lot of crossover. That's ball 3. Giants Cardinals have had crossover in the history of these, and there have been a lot of trades, more than usual, in the long history of these 2 franchises. Some very famous trades. The 3-0 pulled foul. Fowler swinging away. 3-0 going all the way back to Rogers Hornsby, who was traded between these 2 teams. Johnny Mize, who was a Triple Crown winner, got traded from the Cardinals to the Giants. There's Rogers. Great history here. And then, of course, the infamous trade in Giants history when Orlando Cepeda was sent away May of 1966. Not a good moment for the Giants. There's a ball outside. Fowler takes the walk. 2 on 1 out. The Tommy Pham coming up.
Yeah, that might not have been, looking back, that might not have been the most impressive trade the Giants have done. Definitely with a black eye a little bit on him. Cepeda's still back with us, though. He still loved the Giants. He forgave him. Still hangs out with us.
Orlando Cepeda will always be a Giant. But he came to St. Louis and immediately made them a much better team.
Will Clark, right? He played both.
Will Clark finished his career here. That ball is hit hard to third. Arroyo, that's one. Panic to first. Double play. Nicely turned, even with the speed of Tommy Pham. Moore gets the ground ball. Big hitters coming up. 1-0 Cardinals. To be back home the start of Memorial Day weekend. The Braves will be in town Friday, May 26th, then Saturday and Sunday. The Saturday game a special 7:05 start time, and then the holiday Monday day game when the Nationals come to town. SFGiants.com, the place to go. Braves have been frisky this year. No Freddie Freeman, though. That was bad news for Atlanta.
10 weeks, they're power guys.
National League leader in home runs. Brandon Belt smokes one, and a diving attempt by Grichuk. He can't catch it. He did knock it down. Belt has his second hit, and that's a good start for the Giants here in inning number 6. Down 1-0 with Buster Posey, and then Brandon Crawford coming up.
Lays out. It almost, he didn't even see that ball. He turns his head to block it. Belt didn't get robbed, but the Cardinals got a little bit of a gift but there by that ball kind of checking up into his glove and not getting by him. That ball gets by him if he lays out. That's a stand-up triple.
And it's nice to see Brandon Belt seems to be getting locked in again. Not just the home run ball. That could be very good news for the Giants if they can get Posey and Belt hot at the same time. These have been the guys who have been driving the Giants offense. Posey on the ground to third, and that should be 2. There's 1, there's 2. We saw it in the bottom of the 5th, the power of the double play ground ball.
It is, and I mean, baseball's so funny because you can have a guy that you're facing a guy that's hitting 230 and he's 8 for 10 off you, and then you can face a guy like Buster that's so good and you just seem to own him for whatever reason. I don't think Buster has a hit off him yet in his career. You know, just for whatever reason either the hitter doesn't pick up the ball that well, or the pitcher, you just feel like you make really good pitches against that hitter. But it can be a funny game. No rhyme or reason, I think, at times. I mean, it's just.
Well, Crawford's got great numbers against Waka, so he obviously is comfortable against this very talented Cardinals pitcher. Waka's good. Oh, and 2. Crawford doubled in the second, and that was a leadoff double. Giants couldn't get him home. And he struck out with 2 on and 2 out in the third. Oh, 2. What a difference Brandon Crawford is for this team, though.
He brings everything to the table. Defense, offense, just presence. Just him being here makes you feel more comfortable because you see him, you know that he's going to make plays for you. You know he's in the right spots.
It's that one hard, base hit. 2 more hits for Crawford against Michael Waka. So Nunez comes to the plate, and our Jeep drive of the game Wednesday against the Dodgers. Giants did not have a run. Sergio Romo hung a slider, and Nunez parked it near the ambulance. 10 consecutive games, and that streak is still alive. It's on the line tonight with a home run. Our Jeep drive of the game. Nunez on Wednesday against LA. Giants have hit a home run in 10 straight games. All of those home runs have been solo home runs, which it seems impossible.
Yeah, I was reading that, and they said, like, what, in was it 2013 or 2014? Maybe it was 2015. It was like they had 27 solo home runs in a row or something like that. Might be wrong, but I read something that a couple years ago was the same streak. It was almost like a. It's almost impossible to do that. 27 straight solo homers.
Yes. Well, the tally now is 13 straight solo home runs. They're paying attention to Crawford at first. Teams are running a little bit more against Yadier Molina than they used to. Part of that is on the Cardinals pitchers, but teams being just a little more aggressive on the base paths. He has had a pretty good cut. 0-2. Giants have 4 hits. Cardinals have 3 hits, but St. Louis, they've got the only run. Dribbler foul. That looks sort of like your tee shot on the first tee today.
I actually think that might have went further.
Might have.
First tee.
Might have. And we didn't have a bat boy to go get the ball. We needed one.
It was on my way to my next shot. I just walked up there and grabbed it. I mean, how do you hit a ball off a tee box that goes 6 inches into the ground in front of the tee that you were hitting off of and then rolls 8 feet on a full hack?
Very hard to do. Crawford is running the throw right there, and Crawford tried to avoid the tag. He couldn't do it. Yadier Molina throws out Crawford, still 1-0.
NBC Sports Bay Area is brought to you by Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places. By Heffernan Insurance Brokers, insurance and financial services for you and your business. Visit hefins.com. By Jack in the Box. Come try the new guacamole and bacon chicken sandwich, only at Jack in the Box. By Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. By the all-new 2017 Chrysler Pacifica. And by AAA. Get a free Giants welcome mat. Restrictions apply. Go to AAA.com/Giants or to a AAA branch for details.
Dave Fleming, Jeremy Affeldt, and the fastest that some of those folks have moved in years, scrambling to get out of the rain. It started to rain hard during the break. First pitch ground ball foul from Matt Carpenter. Cardinals lead the Giants 1-0. So it was dry for a couple innings. It rained earlier. Now it is wet again.
Yeah, you saw the grounds crew talking to the umpires. They didn't feel like they needed to move guys off the field. So
it's the kind of rain where maybe you don't start a game if it's raining like this. Carpenter to left center with some backspin, carrying fairly well. But Nunez, he's had a lot of work tonight.
He has. He looks better in left than he did last road trip. Seems like he's a little more comfortable being out there.
By the way, this was the play that ended the top of the 6th inning.
I thought maybe when I first saw it, that might have been the reason why he got out, but he might have been out if he didn't move his hand. I think he kind of good play, good tag by Wong, getting the ball down right there, or getting the glove down that quick, and then going into the runner. These guys in the infield, they have to play so different than when they were brought up playing the game because of the whole. They got to make sure, you could come off the bag. So you're seeing these guys put these tags and like hold the glove on the guy as he's going by, rather than it used to be that quick slap and then show the ball to the umpire. Now, because of that new rule of the body has to stay on the bag, you can do the replay to look at stuff. They're encouraging these guys to keep the glove on the body as long as possible.
You got to keep that tag on.
Because that play right there worked a lot more when they do the quick slap. When they just slap the ground, guys could move their hand and the guy would slap and pop the glove up. Well, then they get in. But now that they're having to keep the tag on the body, it's a lot harder for that tag or that play to be as successful.
2-2 to Jed Jerko. You saw Jonathan Broxton up in the bullpen. I think Michael Wacha's done. Michael Wacha, 6 innings with no runs allowed, only 86 pitches, I believe. And he may be finished.
He hadn't pitched in 11 days. Who knows why? They skipped his start, but it could have been maybe some arm inflammation. They don't want to push it, or he didn't look like he was struggling to find his stuff tonight.
No.
I can tell you that.
He's had so many arm problems over the years. I think they are trying to be extra careful with Wacha. But that would be pretty extreme. Jerko way too quick. Matt Moore, meanwhile, pitching well for the Giants. We asked Bruce Bochy, okay, how do you turn around your road record? Giants are only 5-14 away from home. And immediately his first answer, he had a few different answers, but his first one, we have to pitch better away from home.
Yeah, and this is the guy they really want to see pitch better away from home. His splits are pretty like Grand Canyon type splits.
Yeah.
There's a 2 and then there's a 10. But tonight his fastball command has, and Kipe said one of the keys to the game is that fastball command. And tonight I think that his fastball command tonight's been the best I've seen all year. And the results are on the scoreboard.
That's pretty stark. That contrast. 3-2. Jerko to right field. He does have power. That one carrying well. Williamson missed it. Jerko headed for third. And the ball goes skipping by both Panik and Crawford. That'll be a triple, and I don't know how catchable it was. Mac Williamson got back there and just could not quite get to the ball.
And that was a fastball. We were saying about his fastball command tonight was really good, but that fastball actually leaked back over. Buster setting up in, and that thing comes right back over the outer half of the plate, and he gets extended. That's a hitter that wants to get extended. He's got short arms. He wants to get extended as best he can over the plate, and he's got power away. And great effort by Mac Williamson right there. He just he saw the wall coming, and the ball just beat him, but I don't think there's anything else he could have done but that right there. I mean, that was good effort by him, trying to keep that ball from being a hit.
That one is toward the gap. Nunez can't get to it. Jerko was waiting in case he had to tag up. He'll walk home basically and score. 2-0 Cardinals.
With the off day that they just had, I don't, and Matt going, you know, he's into the 6th now. I don't think you're going to see Boch wait around a whole lot for the phone call to start, you know, ringing. At least guys getting up, start warming up. Rags is going out there to delay some time. You're going to see some, yep, there they are, a little scurry in the bullpen down there. He's not going to waste a whole lot of time. He knows it's important for this team to win on the road, and he's going to try to keep it as close as he can for the Giants to come back and get their timely hits that they usually do late in the game.
So you spend so much time as a reliever in your big league career. What's that like when the scramble starts?
I mean, it's a little bit of panic. I actually didn't panic as bad later in my career. I mean, guys would panic, phones would ring. I'd get in trouble because sometimes I'd answer and it'd be like, hey, Taco Bell. Then the Rags, I wouldn't even understand what he said. He got into his little accent and then it was over.
And he didn't find that real funny?
No,
yeah.
The Taco Bell thing wasn't something he was real thrilled to hear, especially when this is happening and he's getting somebody warmed up. I just tried to keep everything calm, you know. Hey, like, just tell us to warm up, but you don't have to be screaming about it. But we can see what you can see, you know. And the calmer the veteran guys were in the bullpen, it kept the younger guys calm. It was like, all right, well, obviously we need to start thinking about it. And that's all they did right there. They just moved the tarp off just in case they have to get going in a hurry. And
so far, no phone call. That's a good pitch. 0-2 to Aledmys Diaz. It's only the 6th inning. You keep it a 2-run game. The Giants have plenty of outs still to play with. Looks like they'll be in the Cardinals bullpen. Oh-2. Hit hard to third. Nice pick by Arroyo. 2 down.
Hard hit ball, like Flem said, man, that ball was a rocket, and it's wet, so it's coming off the grass pretty quick. Arroyo just stays right in front of it. Doesn't get too deked by Molina, trying to deke like he was stealing third, moving him, and he stayed right there. He looked Molina back, threw the ball to first. I saw him play second base too. The kid's pretty good infielder at every position, it seems like.
He looked great at second. First big league start at second base. He threw out a runner trying to score at home. He made a couple diving stops to take away hits, headed for the outfield. He has been really impressive defensively. 21-year-old Christian Arroyo. Grichuk, that cutter misses in, ball 1.
And that play home he made, what a lot of people don't understand is he made it look really easy, but when you're playing a new position like second, it's a completely different angle to home plate. And on top of that, you got to know where he's at on the line, my timing, and how hard I have to throw it, and when should I not throw it. He just kind of figured that all out in his head and calculated it. Made a great throw, strong throw to Buster. It wasn't like he didn't have to pick it. It was almost like a strike, and he just had to put the tag down. And it just shows you his feel for the game is really good, and he kind of has an understanding of every position on the field, and it's really natural for him.
Infield was not in that play that we're talking about. Infield was back, and he still managed with a little hesitation from Justin Turner to throw him out. It was a game-saving play. Grichuk checked his swing. Did he go? No.
Pitch in, moving him, checks the swing. He check it, but I just like the pitch location as is because he moved him. He saw some guys kind of turn on some fastballs, and now he's starting to move some feet, getting these guys uncomfortable. Sets up that pitch right there now where he's kind of can come right back in there, run it back off. He's a little bit late attacking it because he just got his feet moved. And sets up a curveball on the plate, to be honest with you. I don't know if that's what he'll throw, but that ball right there set up a curveball that he's been throwing a couple days ago, and then tonight as well. That curveball that kind of moves late in the zone and bottoms out right on top of the plate.
Let's see. Molina running. Grichuk hits a high drive left field. Nunez span tracking. Nunez makes the catch. So just a run. Cardinals add to their lead. Kite will come over and join Jeremy again on the TV side. 2-0 St. Louis.
Summer is brought to you by your local Toyota dealer, and tonight you saw two quality starts from two really good pitchers. Michael Wacha's out of the game with 6 innings, 4 hits, no earned runs, 86 pitches. Matt Moore is still in the game with 6 innings. The only difference, he's given up 2 runs. Part of that reason, Dexter Fowler, who's been 1 for 2, a triple, a walk, and a run scored.
When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up in Smog experts. You're looking at Jonathan Broxton, who is now into the ball game as he replaces Michael Wacha, who is really good. So Broxton will be facing Nunez, Arroyo, and Mac Williamson here in the 7th. Giants do not have a run. They do have 4 hits, and there's a foul back. So Mike Matheny could not have asked for a better outing from Michael Wacha.
Yeah, you get 11 days off and you come out and have the command that he had, and it didn't look like there was any cobwebs needing knocked off. I mean, he came out with command right away today.
And he did something that, look, he couldn't get Crawford out except the one time he had to. A little low. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Crawford came up with runners at 2nd and 3rd in the 3rd inning with 2 outs, and Wacha struck him out. Prior to that, he tripled. After that, he singled. One ball and 1 strike to Nunez. And that's right about where Yadi Air Molina had set up the target. I want to be built like Broxton just for one day in my life.
He is a big
huge
big human being.
And it almost looked like his career was over. Remember that? It was just kind of, he was almost like he was done, barely hanging on, and he's kind of revived himself.
2-2. It's a good hard whatever slider or cutter. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
He used to be that guy with the Dodgers. He wouldn't even throw that stuff. He'd just try to throw it 102.
You're right.
Throw it right at you. Now he's having to kind of do what you said he did right there and throw that little slider cutter down, move it around. He still has some velocity, but he's got to pitch a little bit more than he did when he was with the Dodgers.
And how about that swing? A base hit to right field for Nunez. Almost looked like an emergency swing, and he just laced a line drive to right field, which will bring up Christian Arroyo.
It was almost like he tried to throw that same pitch that he just swung over, and it was a little higher, just enough in the bottom of the zone where he could get his barrel on it. And you're right, he just kind of took an emergency hack, just flipped it out there, didn't try to do too much. Good back control.
So here's Arroyo, who's bounced out twice. So he got off to such a great start. Now, as we figured, the league was going to figure him out a little bit, and now it's up to Christian Arroyo to make some adjustments. And Nunez is going to get back easily. Now, Nunez has got 11 steals. Down by 2. Probably not going to see him go. Mac Williamson on deck. Osich in the bullpen. Now the Giants may have an idea that Broxton's slow to home plate, and then you might see Nunez go. But they're not going to challenge Molina. They may feel like they can challenge Broxton, however. Foul out of play. It's no balls and 1 strike. Here's Bochy watching his team. Watching Nunez, who opened up the 7th with a base hit. Now he's hoping that the bottom of this Giants lineup can start doing some things to set it up for the top of the lineup. 0-1 to Arroyo. Nunez goes, swinging a foul. So it's 0-2.
He might have had that. He might have had that bag right there.
Yeah. You know, you really can't ask the kid to take a pitch if you're struggling. Maybe if you're feeling at the top of your game, but he got a good jump.
You can't ask him to, knowing the way he swings the bat, his ability to hit homers. If you see a ball up and right in your eyes and you think you can hit it, you gotta. Now, if you see a ball down and away, and you're like, what am I going to do with that pitch? Then maybe you can let it go.
Foul again. When you're going good, you're putting those balls in play. When you're not going so good, you're fouling them back.
I'm telling you, it's the chocolate mousse. If you're working out a lot, Kite, it's good for you to eat that. If you're not, it looks too good, but it's so bad for you.
0-2. Nunez leaning. He goes. And that's a fair ball down the first base line. And Arroyo wisely is going to stay at first, is throwing behind him with Carpenter at first base, putting runners at the corners.
That must have been spinning kind of weird. I almost think they're going to check it to see possibly if that was even a fair ball. I think it's fair, but you look at this right here, that ball like stopped. Did it hit his glove? It didn't hit his glove, right?
No, I don't think so.
That ball just spins. It hits the grass right here.
Yeah, it went right over the bag.
Yeah, and it just slows down. Look at that thing. It doesn't roll and hit the wall or anything. It just kind of starts to slow down. Must have had some side spin on it.
So Broxton comes in, gives up 2 hits. Mike Matheny takes him out. It's 2-0 Giants.
Teacher, and if they win, they receive $20,000 for his or her school. It's the 11th season of the NBC Sports Bay Area All-Star Teacher Program, recognizing teachers that make a difference, and it's brought to you by Provident Credit Union. You can go to NBCSportsBayArea.com and vote, and that is NBCSportsBayArea.com/AST.
So Matt Bowman is now the new pitcher. He comes in with good numbers, and he's facing Mac Williamson. With Michael Morse on deck. The Giants trail by 2 here in the 7th inning. Nunez and Arroyo with opposite field base hits to get something going, and as we said, get the bottom of the order to set up the top of the order. The pitch to Williamson, swinging a tapper to third, then kicking it is Jerko, and everybody is safe, and a run comes in, and it's 2-1.
It's another gift given to the Giants right there. That was a gift because you have a third baseman who tried to turn a double play. I think he was trying to make this quicker than he needed to, and he kind of tried to grab it, throw it, and he kind of almost slapped at it.
Here's what also helps: when he slapped down on it, it hit his foot.
It did hit his foot. Gains the game inches. He can't believe it either. Look at him.
So Michael Morse is pulled back, and they're going to bring out Gorkys Hernandez, and guess what Gorky's job is going to do?
Bunt.
Bunt. It's always tough to go up as a pinch hitter to bunt.
Well, I love Morris, man. I think he's awesome. He's a great guy for the team. He's got some energy. I think I'm voting for Hernandez over Morris to bunt, though.
Yeah, well, save Morris to try to knock one out of the park later, but
Big Mac land.
This is an important spot now for Hernandez. He's got to get the ball down. 2012, the last time he's done it. That's Christian Arroyo at second and Williamson at first. Jerko in at third. Carpenter is already in at first. So the Cardinals will definitely try to get the force play at third if they can. And it's bunted foul, and it's 0-1. If you can force Jerko to field the ball, then the sacrifice will be complete, because Diaz, the shortstop, is covering second, not third. So they do not have a certain play on where that shortstop is covering third. And that's why you saw Hernandez try to bunt that ball right at Jerko. Lets it go by. It's low. 1 ball and 1 strike. 2-1. Giants doing something here in the 7th. A couple of hits and an error. Williamson has to be credited with an RBI. Now the Cardinals may change up the play where Diaz is going to cover third. And he takes it again, and it's 2-1. And now if you bunted it to Jerko, then somebody would be covering third.
Good take by Hernandez. Good frame by Molina. The umpire didn't buy it. That was a pretty close pitch right there.
Yeah, I'd say we're giving Nick Lenz pretty high marks for tonight. I don't see too many guys complain about his umpiring at all. It's 2 balls and a strike. And the bunt. And the only play can be at first, so good job by Hernandez. So now you've got Denard Span coming up with runners at second and third, and you can see no play put on. Just the bunt defense, the standard bunt defense. So with 2 lefties coming up, I'm thinking that the Cardinals do have a lefty up in their bullpen. But Mike Matheny going with Bowman with the middle infield back. Outside, 1 ball and no strikes.
Good take right there.
Good take. Giants trying to take advantage of the error by Jed Jerko. First base is open. Joe Panik is on deck. And the pitch. And Span takes wide again, so it's 2-0, and they may not, Jeremy, care if they walk Span or not, because I think that's when Mike Matheny would go to the bullpen.
Yeah, you got Panik's lefty coming up and Belt left-handed coming up. You have an open base, and I think they're just trying to see if Span will bite on it, but I don't think they really want Bowman to throw a ball that's middle. I don't think they want him to give in.
We'll find out right here. Line drive, base hit. They're going to hold up Mac Williamson as the throw is a good throw. This game is tied on the base hit by Denard Span, and Phil Nevin made the right call.
And he did. And again, they did not want him to throw that. You saw Molina set up away and was asking for that ball away, and this ball comes back over. See him set up? He's set up in the right-hander batter's box, and the ball comes back to the outer corner, and Molina's reaching across to catch it and give up a hit. You see his body language when he got a hit. He was like, man, we did not want that to happen. That might be why you also want to just go ahead and walk the guy.
That's right. So here's Panik. Now the Giants have Williamson at third and Span at first. Panik is 0 for 2. And he takes it high, 1 ball and no strikes. Span's RBI is 7th.
Interesting to me that he still didn't go to the bullpen right there. I felt like he would have probably wanted to go to the bullpen. Now it's a tie ball game, 2 lefties up. You have threatening again.
1 ball and no strikes. Bowman to Panic, 2-0. Say this about Bowman. I mean, look, he's behind, but he hasn't been missing by a whole lot.
You got to credit the Giants hitters for not chasing either. They're not going out there trying to hit balls they shouldn't. They're making him bring the ball over the white part of the plate.
The 2-0 to Panic. Check swing foul. Panic did not want to do that with count leverage, but it's still just 2 balls and 1 strike.
Fleming and I were talking about this a little bit earlier when it was raining and they were kind of meeting out there with the umpires. We're saying it was a game for the Cardinals. They had the lead, and you know the Giants did not want this game to end because they score late. They come up with key hits all the time late in the game, and this is a perfect picture of what they do.
Span goes, and a little flip foul down the left field line and out of play. So we reset and do it again.
It just seems like they've had a history over the last few years of maybe kind of looking like they gave away at bats early, but then all of a sudden they make it very hard on pitchers late in the game, and you want the game close. And our good luck charm is still in the stands. He doesn't look too worried.
No, well, he never looks worried. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. See if Span goes again. He does not. Wow.
I mean, I'm gonna say it's a good pitch.
You're saying it's a.
I'm saying I want that right there. That ball is 3 inches on the plate and at the bottom of the zone.
I give Bowman credit for not acting like it should have been a strike. If you're Joe Panic, just don't take it again. It's 3-2. Span will go now. Molina set up away, and he hits a slow roller, and they're going to get the out at first, and a run scores. And the ground attack is alive and well, folks. The Giants take the lead.
However you got to get it done, you get it done. And that ball was actually more on the plate. I don't even know if Yadier even wanted that ball on the plate. I think he was actually asking for it a little further off, but because of that good hip shot that he threw before, even though he got called a ball, it set that part of the plate up out there, because Joe knew just as much as everybody else knew that it was probably a strike, and I can't let that ball be thrown at me again. You saw him bailing right there and swinging, and he nubbed it.
Well, you can't. After the last pitch, you kind of think, well, maybe the umpire's going to go, ooh, I might have blown that one before. So here's Belt with Span at second, and Belt takes wide, 1-0. Belt's had a good game. He's 2 for 3. Buster Posey watching from the on-deck circle. Nunez, Arroyo, and Williamson, the first 3 hitters in this inning, have all scored. The pitch. Belt takes wide again. It's 2-0. Waka will end up with a no decision. Matt Moore now has a chance for a decision. The 2-0 to Belt. 3-0. So Matt Moore, who was pinch hit for, now has a chance. He cannot get a loss. He can get a win. Buster waiting in the wings. It's 3-0. Belt may have the green light. Right down the middle of the plate, 3-1.
I'm not a paid hitter. I never was. I get that. I wish that ball would be swung at, though. Like, I don't look to walk right there. I look to drive a ball. You have the lead, you know?
I agree. That foul. So instead of getting that 3-1 fastball, they get something else. Now it's 3-2. And now with first base open, you don't have any idea what you're going to get.
Yeah, because he just showed you he's going to throw you a breaking ball. Yep. He's not afraid of throwing it at you. The best pitch that you had to hit out of the ballpark was 3-0.
3-2. And Belt takes the walk.
Doesn't seem like Yadier Molina is getting along too well with the umpire. He's kind of showing a lot of body language. He's talking to him right now. He's just telling him, man, that ball's on the plate. And he's right. It was like it came back, and he's probably telling the umpire, hey, you got to stay with that pitch, man. It's coming back. It's not staying straight. You can't miss that ball. I'm giving you a pretty good look at it, but good thing for the Giants. Seems like we're having things go our way, where it seemed like the last road trip we didn't. So this seems to be giving our hitters some confidence when they're up there right now.
Well, he had panic struck out and did not get the call. Here your base runners are Span and Belt, and Buster tonight is 0 for 2. And this is an RBI opportunity for the Giants cleanup hitter. Roxkin's going to get 2 Ernies. One ball and no strikes. As Bowman is now ready to throw to Buster Posey. 2-0. And look, Bowman right now is not getting the close ones, and he's not getting the ones that aren't strikes.
Yeah, this is where as a reliever you're out there and you're like, my stuff is really good tonight, and I cannot. I'm begging almost. Please, someone hit it to somebody, or please give me a called strike, because I'm kind of at the mercy of the umpire too, and you're not getting it. It's a frustrating night for a reliever when he has his stuff and he doesn't get the calls.
Snap throw to first, and Belt just made it back. And he did. And for a second there, it didn't look like he was going to get back.
It didn't, but he might have had just enough Red Bull in the 3rd inning possibly to kind of keep him awake for that one.
Goodness.
Give him a little extra boost.
Sure, the Cardinals are going to look at it, at least look at it in the clubhouse. I guess after a while 30 seconds is up, so Mike Matheny says move on.
Another former Giant right there, huh?
Yep.
Bill?
2 of them, David. Yep. 2 balls and 1 strike. You know you're getting old when you babysat coaches.
I tell you, he babysat Bell.
David, yeah, when David was a little guy. David and his brother Michael. His dad and mom needed a night out, so I took over. Lots of candy and popcorn. 3-1 to Buster Posey.
And then just handed him back.
That's it. Buster fouls this one into the glove of Molina. It's 3-2. Runners will be on the move. Giants with 3 runs here in the 7th. A lot of game left. Span and Belt will go. It's 3-2. And a foul. So all Buster Posey did right there was spoil an out pitch. I mean, 3-2, you're sitting on a fastball and you get that pitch that Bowman just threw, that if you don't swing at it, it's a strike. So he did the best he could. He spoiled it. Another 3-2 pitch. Molina's coming back, and this one's going to reach the seats. The next pitch will be number 28 in the inning. Actually, that's not true. The next pitch will be number 28 for Bowman.
Yeah, this has been a long sit-down inning for Matt, and that's what they're going to probably pay a close. They're going to have a close eye on that, because when you sit for that long and you've already pitched six innings, you got 89 pitches or whatever.
Runners go. He walked them.
Oh, he has got. You're right. He did get. That's right. Moore did get pitch hit for, didn't he?
So Posey walks, and now Mike Matheny is indeed coming out. He's going to have some words for the home plate umpire. Yeah, see, a few words. And you know, in a lot of ways, I don't blame him. Hey, get it off your chest. Hey. New pitcher coming in. We'll be back. Giants lead 3-2. Sunday at 11 a.m. Our pregame live will start at 10 a.m. and you can see it right here on NBC Sports Bay Area. This season, Giants games are available to stream live on the NBC Sports app. Also, check out insider Alex Pavlovich on NBCSportsBayArea.com. It's a 3-2 lead for the Giants. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and smog experts. I guess they feel like we have some rain coming in, and the umpires, even though it's not raining now, have called for the tarp. While we were gone, Mike Matheny tried very hard, and I mean very hard, to get thrown out of the game. Watch this. He goes up to Lentz and he has some words, and Lentz says, you know what, I don't want to hear about it, and then he threw him out. So I missed him getting thrown out, but he did get thrown out, and then he got his money's worth, and then they were arguing over balls that were low or high, and Lentz keeps saying no way, and Matheny keeps saying yes way, and then the tarp comes out.
That was a good one. That's a high rated one for me. I give that about 8.5. Because there was no, like, he didn't kick dirt or throw his hat. He kind of kept all that stuff on. But at 8.5.
Well, I didn't realize that you have reached a point in your broadcasting career where you rate managers getting ejected. I'll give that one an 8.5. As opposed to some guy that just gets thrown out from the dugout, which would be what, like a 2?
Yeah, it'd be like not even. I don't even. That's almost, you can't get thrown out from the dugout. You got to go out there. But he went out to the What they didn't show is as he was going out to the mound, like you said, he tried hard. He yelled at him. He didn't say anything. Then he did the meeting. Then he turned and yelled the whole way back. He was trying to get thrown. And when he got thrown out, it's a great argument. He didn't let him move. He put on screen plays. You know, he kept the head movement. I look at the head movement. Okay, the umpire went left. Matheny's head went left. The umpire's head went right. Matheny's head went right. I mean, it was in sync. It was a really.
So it was like synchronized swimming.
It was great. It was a good dance out there with a lot of yelling. It was a special time. It's great.
Well, they must have got it right, because here it comes. I mean, it is now coming down hard, and you know, we sometimes get on umpires if they do make the wrong call on pulling the tarp out. Well, they didn't this time, folks. They got it right. And it's coming down pretty good, and it may come down like this for a while, but we're looking at the storm and the cell that's going through, and after it, it's pretty clear. So just wait this one out.
The Cardinals are definitely waiting it out now. The Giants have the lead.
Yes. And you know, look, this is a new ballpark, relatively new. Drainage system's perfect. As long as you got the dirt covered and you're not playing in it, you know, this should be fine for baseball once this passes through. You know, look, you're from, you know, you've lived in the Northwest, and we're in the Bay Area, and we don't get to see this in the summertime. So it's not that I'm really thrilled about sitting in a rain delay, but it is fun to watch it rain hard.
And we're in an area here where we got about 30 feet of like overhang.
Yeah.
So it's actually, we're not getting wet either.
Yeah, we're as close.
Windows are open.
We're as close to it as you can get without getting wet. You're right.
Fleming has his park on.
I know, he's been waiting for this for the last 5 innings. Well, the Giants in the 7th inning have scored 3 times, so they've taken the lead. We will keep you updated from here from time to time. It's usually somewhere between 10 and 15 minutes. And we'll let you know what's going on, if the tarp is still on, and what the weather looks like. But what we're going to do now is we're going to take it back to our NBC Sports Bay Area studios, where we have our folks ready to entertain you like you've never been entertained before. So stay with us. We will keep you updated from time to time. All of their runs in this inning. When it's time for a change thing, Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and smog experts. So there's a new pitcher in this game. It's Kevin Sechrist, and memory serves me correct, he throws the ball really good. You see his numbers. 13 hits and 15 innings pitched, although the walks are pretty high.
Walks are really high, and they're concerning if you're a pitching coach, but also the batting average from lefties is higher than I would think that he would have. So he obviously is probably letting balls leak over the plate, not commanding his breaking ball. Hopefully he lets one leak here a little bit.
So Crawford's going to hit. He's 0 for 2 lifetime against Sechrist. Here are the runners. It's Span, Belt, and Posey. And Crawford's at the plate with 2 outs. And the Giants right now just trying to add to their lead. And Crawford on the first pitch, skies went out to left. So this is going to end the inning. The Giants do take the lead. As we will head to the bottom of the 7th, it's 3-2.
Watch every out-of-market regular season game live on over 400 supported devices. Plus, get a free subscription to At-Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details.
So Giants fans are hanging in there here at Busch Stadium. When it's time for a change thing, Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and smog experts. So there's a fellow lefty, Stephen Okert, coming in.
Good one too. Those numbers are dropping because he's throwing the ball really good. He's been moving up the pitching depth chart, I think, for Bruce. I think he trusts him in big game situations. You see he's got less hits than innings pitched and limits his walks. And
here's Colton Wong.
I like how he pitches. He's just so aggressive at guys. Like, I think that's what Bochy likes too. He wants a guy that comes right after a guy, throws his breaking ball, keeps the ball, around the strike zone, and has the ability to get a ground ball if he needs it. But he's gotten some big outs for Bruce in the last couple of weeks.
Well, he needs to throw a strike here. Yorkis Hernandez is now in right field, so Mac Williamson is out of the game. Right there for a strike. It's 2-1. So that may calm Okert down just a little bit. Johnny Peralta is on deck, just activated today. Driven down the right field line, foul. It's 2-2. Oker, your mindset is it's just a strike.
Long strike. Hitters are like, that might have been my only pitch. I like strikeouts right after those kind of fouls.
3-2.
The umpire was influenced by Matheny's toss.
Oh, you think?
Okay.
Yeah. 3-2. This has to be a strike. And he walked him. So what Bruce Bochy did not want to have happen has just happened. And the hitter is Peralta. There's Cantos. Peralta takes a strike. He's hitting 120. He's 3 for 25, so he hasn't had a lot of at bats.
I see a lot of ground balls to shortstop from this guy when lefties pitch against him.
A little pop up out of play. It's 0-2.
.643 would be ideal. You know, sometimes in these rain delays, they tell the pitcher if he's throwing. Bullpen guys don't love to know if they're throwing. And they don't want to sit around and think about it forever.
And that's going to be a broken bat base hit. And the tying run is going to end up at third. So you might say tough break for Oker, but if you walk the first guy, then you never know what might happen to you after that.
Leadoff walk definitely kills you in those situations, but it's sometimes you don't know if you've been sitting around thinking about it. You know, their guy obviously knew he was throwing. He came in, made one pitch, but walking the leadoff guy put them in the situation they're in right now.
So Cantos is coming in. It's 3-2. The Cardinals have runners at the corners with nobody out. And there's George Cantos, who's coming in to face Dexter Fowler. So Cantos has been put in a tough spot.
He has been, but he's the kind of guy that he has the stuff to be able to get out of this. He has strikeout stuff, and he can get double play balls. And we've seen him do it before. He's very good with inherited runners and holding them. This is a tough spot, knowing that he doesn't really he's got 90 feet away for a guy to score, and you got to keep the ball on the ground in the infield, and that's a tough thing to ask of him, but he definitely has the stuff to do it. He just has to execute as best he can. Easier said than done. This is a tough chore.
Fowler is 1 for 6 lifetime against Cantos. And he takes high. 1 ball and no strikes. Tommy Pham on deck. Giants have another lefty in the bullpen getting loose, and that would be for Carpenter. First things first. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike. At first is Peralta. At third is Colton Wong. High drive. Right field. Gone. Fowler hits his 6th of the year. And just like that, the Cardinals retake the lead.
Looks like that ball that Contos wanted to throw. I think Buster wanted it away, and the ball came right back to the inner half. It was a slider, not his cutter. He tried to backdoor it again like he did on the 2 pitches before that, and it just came right back into that nitro zone for Fowler as a left-handed hitter. He kind of knew it when he hit it.
Yeah, so did I. So here's Tommy Pham. It's 5-3 Cardinals. So the Giants with 3 runs in this inning. The Cardinals come back with 3 runs this inning. And there's another strike, and it's 0-2. And the sad thing is it started out with a leadoff walk when you're trying to come up with a shutdown inning. Rolled to third, and Arroyo is going to make a nice play. 1 out.
It's also amazing how quick a Major League Baseball team can score runs on you.
Bang, bang.
If you're not on your game. These guys are so good. I mean, it took our guys 25 minutes or whatever to do it because we had to manufacture, but a team like this, and the Giants could do it too. You walk a guy, you give up a cheap hit, and then the blast, and it's like 9 pitches, and it's already been 3 runs. I mean,
You take the lead for about 20 minutes. So here's Carpenter. Carpenter's 0 for 2. And he rolls this one slowly. Panicle charge and throw, and Carpenter's retired. Two outs, and that'll bring up Jed Jerko. Jerko tripled in the 6th inning. He's 1 for 3. Pitch is fouled out of play, and it's no balls and 1 strike. Giants have 6 more outs in this game. They trail by 2 as that's fouled down the third base line. So Matt Moore had a chance for a win, and that goes away. And he pitched good enough for a win.
Did.
And Jerko is out, and that'll end the inning. Damage done. 3 runs on the board. We'll head to the 8th. It's 5-3 Cardinals. by T-Mobile. Tomorrow's starters, it'll be Samardzija against Martinez. A couple of guys that throw hard. So Samardzija coming off some nice outings. So is Carlos Martinez. That's our unlimited baseball break brought to you by T-Mobile. It's 5-3 Cardinals. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your oil change tune-up and smog experts. It's Sam Tuivilala. Sam Tuivilala, who comes in and he'll do the pitching. And his numbers are really good.
Good chance most of the guys over there just call him Sam. Okay.
Sam indeed.
It was Sam.
And the first hitter that he'll face is Nunez, and he takes a call strike. Line drive, and it'll carry out to Fowler. 1 out. So with 1 out, that'll bring up Arroyo. Arroyo picked up a hit in his last at bat. Giants trail by 2 here in the 8th inning. And a base hit up the middle. So Arroyo hits in his last 2 at bats. And here's Michael Morse.
Well, if the Giants are looking to tie it up, this guy can do it.
That's what he's going to try to do with Gorkys Hernandez on deck. So Tuivilala at the belt with Arroyo at first, and the first pitch is down low. It's an easy 96. Not a lot of effort. Outfield deep as you would expect. 5-3 Cardinals here in the 8th. Out of play. That runs in on the hands of Michael Morse. See the pant legs pulled up high. Much like his friend Hunter Pence wears it.
I'm just waiting for one of them to make shorts out of their pants.
You could do that. Look out, in tight, 2 balls and a strike. See a breaking ball like that, and maybe if you're a hitter, you eliminate it.
Yeah, I would think right now he's all in on a fastball. There he is.
Hunter Pence, 2 balls and 1 strike to his buddy Michael Morse. Now timeout is called.
Are those Hunter's socks, or you think those are Morse's socks?
I think those are Morse's socks, who happens to be just like Hunter's socks. Swing and a miss, 2-2.
Tell you what, man, everybody coming out of this Giants or Cardinal pen right now is throwing 97. Broxton used to be one of the hardest throwers I've ever seen, and he's like below average for their bullpen right now.
Maybe the low man on the totem pole. 2-2. Base hit. And there's that breaking ball that Morris waited on.
Yeah,
Probably came up there and it was like, well, thank you very much.
Yeah, that was the ball hit the glove on the fastball before I swung, and he just hung that breaking ball, and it was enough for him to handle. He hit it right up the middle.
So Ruggiano is going to hit for Hernandez. And after Ruggiano, you got the top of the order. So Arroyo is at second. Morris is at first. The three hitters in this eighth inning have all hit line drives. If you're Ruggiano, I'm sure you're paying attention. He's not gotten his breaking ball over, or it hasn't been effective. And Ruggiano's pretty aggressive. He may just take a whack at the first one he likes.
You throw a hanger banger to this guy, that ball's going to go a long way. He has power.
He does. All right. Now you're loose. No balls and one strike.
Wake it up.
Stretch
Wake
it out.
up.
Span to follow. And a bit outside, not by much. I'll tell you what, home plate umpire Nick Lentz is not forgiving on the corners. And I mean, that's just the way it's been the whole game.
He makes you throw it over the plate.
Yeah, foul, 1-2. Giants took the lead in the seventh, only to watch the Cardinals get it back. Outside and low, 2-2, so there is the breaking ball. And he's got a count where he can throw it again if he wants to. At one point in this game, there was 44,548. Not so much anymore. 2-2 pitch. Here it is. And now we'll wait.
Well, there's just 35,000 of them in that bar over there.
Might be
piled in there. Yep, close to it.
The pitch to Ruggiano. Foul back, and there's the rip you're talking about. Yeah, the folks came out of the stadium and they went into the Cardinals village, just right behind the park. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Got him. Maybe you could make an argument that that same pitch was called a ball earlier in the at-bat.
Yeah. And in the 7th inning, I could probably make that argument.
So here's Span.
It's a strike, though. I mean, it's on the outside corner.
So Span is 1 for 4. And he fouls it back. at second, Morris at first. He's trying to get a little closer here in the 8th. And it's high. 1 ball and 1 strike.
I think your call early in the game of seeing no shifts is actually, it might actually end up working out. I haven't seen him. Have you seen him shift since you said that?
Not one. He played it straight up the whole game. Base hit. Here comes Arroyo. Here's the throw home. It's going to be cut off, and it's now 5-4.
Wonder if Molina, do you think Molina called that for that cutoff? That looked like
I don't. I think that Carpenter did it on his own, and I think it would have been fairly close at home.
It would have been really close. So here's the replay here. This ball that he hit. This guy has an arm, man. He threw it. I think it would have been real close, actually, and it was right on target too. That ball was gonna 1-hop or 2-hop the catcher.
So David Bell's coming out. Brett Cecil, a lefty's coming in. It's 5-4, and we'll be back. Got it to a run. It's 5-4 Cardinals. And the new pitcher is Brett Cecil. So Cecil comes in to face Joe Panik with Morris, the tying run at second, and the potential lead run at first, and Denard Span.
These numbers surprised me from, Brett Cecil. The numbers he had in Toronto the last few years, I think they were thinking some big things from him, and he's just had a slow start.
So here's Panik. Panik takes low. If Panik hits the same ball that Span did, Morris is not going to be able to score. So that's what's going on in the mind of Phil Nevin. Yeah, you'd love to have a pinch runner for Morris, but you need some offense as well. And it's right back to Cecil, who knocks it down. And he throws it in the dirt, and that'll end the inning. Giants get a little closer. It's 5-4. for the Cardinals. And there you see the new pitcher. It's Brian Morris. Bruce Bochy's starting to use Morris a little bit more often.
Well, his stuff, the first few times he came up, I think they kind of brought him up a little quick. You know, he had some rough outings. I don't know if he was feeling all that good, but they needed help.
Right.
But as he's been pitching, you start to see what we have him for, or see what the Giants brought him in for. Why they liked what they saw in Florida, what they liked when they saw in Pittsburgh, and they're seeing a guy with a good cutter and a good velocity fastball with some sink. And they liked what they've seen the last few times out. He's starting to settle in and feel like a Giant. Compete.
So here's Molina. Molina double in a run in the 6th. And he rolls it foul. No balls and 1 strike. On deck is Diaz and then Randall Grichuk. It's 5-4. Foul back, 0-2. In the 9th inning for the Giants, it'll be Belt, Posey, and Crawford. So maybe if you picked a spot in the lineup that you'd like to have coming up in a close game in the 9th, that's where you might want to pick it up. Here's the 0-2. Posey set up away, and it's fouled out of play. Here's the 0-2. You got him. We're going to go back and we want to show you something about a hitter, and when he says to the umpire it was the same pitch. Now we're not getting on the umpire, we're more talking about how Ruggiano knew he took a pitch that was called a ball, and he got it again, and he said to the umpire, it's the same pitch.
It is, and you see like the first 96 in that same spot, he called it a ball. So when he gets that pitch again and you call it a strike, hitters get confused because they're like, hey, if you're going to call it a ball, then I shouldn't have to go after that. You can't ring me up on a pitch that you told me was a ball earlier in the bat.
Now look, it may have been a strike and you called it a ball the first time, but all a hitter knows is it was called a ball.
Yeah.
So here it's 0-1 to Diaz, and that pitch runs in tight. Grichuk on deck. It's 5-4 St. Louis. 1-2. Morris, the pitch, swinging a bouncing ball, foul. And it stays at 1-2.
Old faithfuls.
Yep, hang in there. It's going to be okay. Boy, nice pitch from Morris. 2 down.
It's a really good pitch, and that's that sinker inside that if you can throw it in there and it has late movement, hitters swing over it. You can't even pull your hands in to hit that because you're swinging at one spot and it's dipping on the other, and you can see the movement right here. It starts and moves, and he started moving his sights a little bit through that entire bat, and Grichuk kept chasing, so he knew that he could go that way on the ladder and kind of go further in rather than higher. He can go in, and he got him chasing.
So Diaz strikes out. Here's Grichuk. Popped up. This is a long run for Ruggiano. Can he get there? It doesn't matter. It's out of play. And it's no balls and 1 strike.
And Diaz being a young hitter, you know, Buster probably sees a little bit how aggressive he is. He knows he can try to get him to fish a little bit more than some of the other seasoned guys. You know, the guy wants to hit.
Oh, 0-1. Hit out to left for Nunez. And that'll end the inning. 9th inning coming up. We got the big boys also coming up. It's 5-4 Cardinals.
Giants post-game live. Highlights, reaction, and analysis, and it's all coming up for a full hour right after the game.
5-4 Cardinals. It's Juan O who comes in to face Brandon Belt. So there's your closer and there's your numbers. 10 out of 11 in save opportunities. Belt takes outside and low, 1 ball and no strikes. Belt has been on base 3 times, 2 singles, a walk, and his only out came in the first inning when he struck out. Belt rolls this one on the ground, foul, and it's 0-1. Pitch usage for O.
It's like they don't hit his fastball that well. 60% fastball, but it's cutting and moving and mixes it up. But usually when you have a fastball that you can throw for that high of a percentage and have that low of a batting average against, it looks like you probably have some deception on that fastball. They're not picking it up real well.
Well, there's 92, but you know, a hitter swings at it like it's 98, so you're right, it probably is tough to pick up. I just remember him throwing a devastating changeup. Belt fouls it out of play. He got another fastball. Buster Posey's on deck. Belt lifetime is 0 for 3 against O. And he lines it to right, and it's going to get down for a base hit. So Brandon Belt is 3 for 4 tonight, and that opens up the top of the 9th inning. And here's Buster Posey. So have a night, Brandon Belt.
Seems to kind of get in those. Everybody knows he's a hot and cold guy. He gets real streaky, but when he's going good, you're right. That's when you hope Buster and Crawford are all going good, because then there's some runs being scored.
There's some people on base. Buster tonight is 0 for 2 with a couple of walks. 1 ball and no strikes with Crawford to follow. Belt at first. Nobody out. And an off-speed pitch that was a bit up, but called a strike to even the count.
You throw that off-speed pitch up like that again, it's going to be called anything except for double, hopefully.
Center field, but it's right at Fowler. Buster hit that one a little bit towards the end of the bat. 1 out. And here's Crawford. Crawford has a couple of hits tonight.
And he likes to hit homers late in the game.
Yes, he does. The only home run of the game came off the bat of Dexter Fowler, and that home run is the difference in the game. A 3-run home run in the 7th. Swing and a miss. No balls and 1 strike. Belt with his lead at first. Molina setting up way out over the plate, and that's where O threw it. Crawford with just a couple of home runs on the year, primarily because he spent some time on the disabled list. He led this team in home runs last year. Out of play. 1 and 2. And Molina looks like he's staying away. In other words, if Crawford wants to hit a home run, they're going to force him to try to hit it to the opposite way, which tonight, the way the ball's been carrying to left, would be pretty hard to do.
And that's as a closer, if I'm closing a game and I want to get beat, I get beat away. I don't get beat because some guy pulls a homer on me.
Crawford rolls it foul. He got the off-speed pitch. It remains 1 and 2.
See, all these pitches are all away and they're all off. He keeps swinging at them, but he's not putting the ball over the white part of the plate.
Nope. Two and 2. 15th pitch coming up.
And if you feel you can do it, a lot of times when you do that many times away, if you sneak one in, you just got to go in with it. You might jam him or freeze him. You don't really want to get beat in, but you can sneak one in there if you have a chance.
Bell gets back. 2-2 to Crawford. Line drive, base hit, left center field. Belt is going to head over to third, and that'll put the tying run at third with only one out.
Great piece of hitting by Brandon. He kept swinging at it out there, and if you're going to go out there 7-8 times, eventually I'm going to lean out and I'm going to go ahead and get it because I'm going all in on it. And he did that. He stayed away the entire at bat. He never made his eyeballs adjust to anything but away. And the last one was actually probably one of the furthest away pitches he threw. And he's able to, let that ball travel deep and reach out and tap it over there, and they just flipped it over short. I would have thought at some point in time, I'm not saying you go in, but maybe throw an off-speed pitch on the plate in the dirt. He never did that. He didn't do that one time.
So Nunez, it's his opportunity to tie the game. Into center field. Fowler's looking up, off the wall. Here comes Crawford. They're going to wave him in. The throw is going to go to third. Giants take the lead. Nunez back to second. And just like that, it's all turned around.
Giants baseball at its best.
Fowler throws, and it sailed right over his head. And he's perplexed. And Nunez did not waste any time.
And he put a charge into that ball. That ball was hit on a line. I mean, it beat Fowler, I think. And Fowler actually might even thought it might have been a homer, the way he kind of went out. He knew he got beat right off the bat, and he just almost looked like he was looking up for it to be a homer.
Home plate umpires yelling into the dugout. Oh, they're going to walk Arroyo. And the Giants are going to send up Hundley. What was one of our keys?
Get Melanson in the game. You're spot on.
No. It seemed like it was pretty obvious.
More getting six, quality start throwing his fastball for strikes.
Which he did.
And Melanson in the game. Which we hopefully are.
Piece of the game brought to you by Nissan. We'll give him a little extra one there.
You need to go to the casino tonight.
Sorry. Those nickel slots have not been working for me lately. Here's Hundley. Hundley with a swing and a miss, and it's no balls and one strike. Not such a bad idea just to keep scoring. For the Cardinals, they will have Wong, the pitcher, and then Fowler. Hundley fouls it back, and it's 0-2. Boy, Nunez did not wait around, and he put a charge into that double.
He had helmets flying off. He was going.
So blown save for O.
Good at bats for the Giants.
Good at bats. And Hundley is out. And that'll bring up Ruggiano. Ruggiano struck out looking in the 8th. He's got Nunez at second. He's got Arroyo at first. And a swing. And watch people run on the Nunez line drive. And the back runner is Crawford. And they had a shot right there at Crawford.
Yep, there's the helmet flying off. He even got back. What was funny is Nevin was waving everybody and Bell was standing on third.
Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. O is now throwing like he's ticked off. Let's put it that way. Yeah, the folks over in the village, they're not happy.
Yeah, they're not stirring around as much as they were the last time.
Low to Ruggiano, 1-2. Here's Bochy trying to turn the worm on the road. They're 6-15 this year. And remember, the last road game, Giants came back in the 9th.
They did. They like to do that. I think it stresses that guy a little bit, but they like to do it. There's a smile.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Pop to right. It'll be Grichuk, and that'll end the inning. Damage done. Giants take the lead. Melanson coming in. Have come late, and now the Giants lead 6-5 here in the bottom of the 9th. And Mark Melanson comes in. He's been on the shelf, now back. And the Giants are hoping for no drama. Let's put it that way.
Yep, this is what a situation that it's going to test everybody, because he's coming back off the deal. He hasn't seen hitters in a little bit. This is a pressure situation. It's not a 3-run save. This is a 1-run save. You know, this is a
save on the road. On
the road, high stress. You know, this will test your resolve pretty good, and it'll help build some momentum if he can come through right here.
So Colton Wong, who led off the 7th inning with a walk, is going to lead off here in the 9th, and he's never had a hit off of Melanson. He's 0 for 8. So here we go. Outfield straight away. Melanson, big, tall, strong, and a strike, and it's 0-1.
Well, pitch one's good to see, a little backdoor cutter.
And a bit outside. Melanson's going to find out that the strike zone is tight. Matt Adams is on deck. And a base hit. So Wong leads off the ninth with a base hit. And here's Adams. Now for Wong, that's the fourth time he's been on. 2 walks and 2 singles. And 3 of the 4 have led off innings. So here's Adams. Adams looks much different. He's lost a lot of weight.
Yeah, almost didn't recognize him.
He's hitting .298. He's got a home run, 7 driven in. Wong's got 3 steals on the year. And this is lifted out to Nunez. And Nunez is racing in. And he's going to get there and make the catch. So Nunez, who's got good speed, puts it away. And that'll bring up Dexter Fowler.
A lot of times pitch hitters will swing at the first pitch because it's the best chance they have to swing the bat. They're just all in. They're going to swing.
I have no problems with that. So there's the night for Fowler. He's had a triple. He's had a home run. This is the home run off of George Cantos. Kind of spun right into the hit me zone.
Did. It's kind of been a frustrating thing for George a little bit this year, I think, is the fact that he makes so many good pitches and then he'll make the one mistake and it's costing him this year. He hasn't really got away with anything in the zone or a mistake pitch. It seems like they've been beating him on mistakes.
Fowler takes a strike on the inside corner. Hey, you have years where the hitter fouls that pitch off, doesn't hit it out,
pops it up, or everything goes your way some years, and some years it's just you got to really work to get through it. You know, you got to work to finish guys off.
Outfield straight away. Wong with his lead at first. Belt holding him tight. We're in the bottom of the ninth. And that pitch is a little low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Crawford in panic. Not necessarily a double play depth. They're playing Fowler to pull, especially Crawford. Melanson sets right at the belt. And the pitch. And it's outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Fowler, the former Cub last year. He signs with the Cubs' rival. 2-1. Three and 1. Giants first saw Dexter Fowler with Colorado Rockies.
Yep.
He's a good player.
I was at the union meetings with him one year when he found out he got traded.
Went to Houston.
Yeah, one of the guys from the union said, "Hey, by the way, you just got traded mid-meeting."
3-1 to Fowler. On the ground, Melanson's got it. He waits for Crawford. That's 1 to first. Double play. And the Cardinals are going to take a look at it. Giants are, and David Bell has already told the umpires, why not look at it, right? I mean, it's the last out.
It is, but it was a great play. I mean, he's going to be out. I don't think he's not going to be out, but see right there on the play, I mean, I think they're just looking to see if his foot pulls off, but I think he kept his foot on. I can't see the other angle, but he had to wait for Crawford. I mean, even to wait for Crawford and make that play, that was a great play, by good pitch and a great play by Melanson.
Well, This replay review is presented by Xfinity. Giants are quite sure that he stayed on the bag. The Cardinals are in their dugout just hoping. I agree with you. Melanson made a perfect throw. And that's the ball game. So the Giants come back twice. And they do it here in St. Louis after a 46-minute rain delay. They lose the lead a couple of times. And Jeremy Affeldt, this is a nice win to start out the trip.
Great win. Got a great start from Matt Moore that they needed to start this out. Closers back, got to close out a game. Key hits from big guys in the lineup. Good all-around baseball game for both sides. Winner, winner, chicken dinner for the Giants.
All right, winner, winner, dinner, dinner. Final score: Giants 6, Cardinals 5. Stay tuned. Eastern's Giants postgame live starts right now. Awesome.